then
And
one
we
is
also-
online.
But what about John Gongbei? John, he's here. Yeah, but they're not in.
Thank you. Thank you for moving up. Thank you.
Had two.
Yes. No. You don't have.
The
Yep,
problem
alright.
is the speakers are not here, and also there are lots of people missing.
아,
So they want me to check the other room to make sure the speakers are not in the other room.
도겸님. 도겸님.
명태탕 왔어요.
도겸님.
뭐 하셨어요?
저 그러면 3분만 있다가 시작하겠습니다.
바이. Hasselbeck? Hasselbeck? Oh. Yes, you're better at that pronunciation than I am. Okay, Maria. And then Jiro. The other speaker, he's online.
Right.
We have had this conversation.
So I will start. And then
Okay. Well,
and we're gonna try to shuffle.
let's just introduce each other. Right, and then you bring Maria on, and then you bring
Oh, 제가 패널리스트 아니에요. I'm a panelist.
How you doing, my friend? Yes.
Love seeing you. Thank you. Okay, I can.
Yep. Do it.
Yeah, so we're trying to figure it out. Bai is not in contact, and also registration. So we have 3 panelists. afternoon. Today we are starting with session 1-2, Advancing Innovation Through Research and Sustainable Funding. So our chair is Deborah Lieberman, and sorry, all my papers are shuffled up here. She is an accomplished and visionary leader, recognized for her significant contributions to higher education, healthcare, and business, both in the United States and globally. She served as the 18th president of the University of Laverne from 2011 to 2023, making history as the first woman to hold this position in the institution's 135-year history. I think we should give that a round of applause.
Yeah.
That's an amazing accomplishment. Currently, she holds the title of President Emerita and leads as the principal of Lieberman and Associates, LLC. Since her retirement from the presidency, Deborah continues to make an indelible impact through her leadership, strategic advisory roles, and dedication to advancing educational and community-focused initiatives. She is the president in residence since 2025 to 2026 at Harvard University Graduate School of Education. She is on the American Council of Education, a senior advisor to the president, and International Association of University Presidents, Chief Strategy Officer and advisor to the president. So everyone, please give our moderator and chair a big round of applause.
Is this on? Oh, good. Thank you, Nikki. And you said the name of our session, didn't you? Perfect. Nikki, perfect. Thank you very much. Well, welcome, everybody. For those of you who are not sitting in the front, in churches in the United States, they say you have to get to the service very early to get a seat in the back. So thank you very much for moving up to the front, and welcome everyone to this session. I think it's going to be stimulating and very, very informative for you and your universities. Before we get started with the session, I would like each of our speakers, our panelists, we have 2 speakers who are going to be virtual, and we have 3 panelists who I'll let them introduce themselves to you with a very short introduction. So we'll start with you, Tomas.
I'm Tomas Morales. I'm the president of California State University, San Bernardino. I'm on the executive board of IAUP. This is my 18th year as president, my 13th year as president at the California State University, San Bernardino.
Thank you, Tomas. Asselbeck?
Hello, okay. Good morning, everyone. I am Asselbeck Kojakhmetov from Kazakhstan. I am a founder and president Almaty Management University, which is a first private educational institution in post-Soviet countries. We first, but in post-Soviet. That's all.
Wonderful, Asselbeck. We're so glad you're here. And it's an honor for us to see you at every one of these regional meetings. Welcome to you and your university. Thank you. And I want to say MJ, but I will say Myongjin Huang. Would you please introduce yourself? It's on.
Yeah, I'm really nervous about it.
Don't be nervous. We're all nervous.
Not me.
In
but
life.
microphone. Okay, it works perfect. Hi, my name is Myongjin. Friends call me MJ. I currently work as a director of the National Research Foundation, the public funder, as a social science division, and then we provide lots of money for supporting Korean scholars, and we try to expand the internationally collaborative research project more, actively reaching out to different countries and advanced and or underdeveloped country as well. And we understand the scholars are the same. They're all valuable resources for not just Korean but the global community. I'm very honored to be invited here. There's no reason that I should be invited here other than the friends of mine happen to be hostess, Dr. Lee. And this is about it. Thanks so much for seeing all you guys. Nice meeting you. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much for being on this panel. So our first speaker is someone that you may not know. Her name is Maria Salinas, and this is going to be eye-opening and a treat for you. I met Maria Salinas many years ago when I was president of the University of Laverne, and I was on the, I was a member of the Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce. When I was a member of the Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce, I kept saying, I'm not sure why institutions of higher education are members of this association, because I was thinking the Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce would be focused only on business. I learned very early that this individual, Maria Salinas, who is the president of the LA Chamber, she is a remarkable visionary, and she saw how businesses and institutions of higher education could work together so that the entire region benefits and the institutions of higher education benefit as well. She's our speaker, our primary speaker today, because she is going to share with you her, I always say she wears bifocals, those glasses that you can see far and see down. My children have no idea what bifocals are because it's like old people glasses, but I wear bifocals. And Maria, metaphorically, is looking at what has to happen now so that we can be sustainable long into the future. So she's our primary speaker. And let me just tell you, as the chief executive and president of the LA Area Chamber of Commerce, she's been the president since 2018. She's the first woman and the first Latina to lead this organization. When we talk about chambers of commerce, which we have around the world, think about Los Angeles. It's this group, the LA Chamber, is the largest business association in the county with a budget of more than $9 million and more than 1,400 members. So it's significant that this leader is seeing how education and business can collaborate so that everybody benefits. So Maria, I hope you can hear me. We're about to see you on the big screen. Oh, there she is on the big screen. Yes. And Maria, please tell us about you, your vision, higher education, business, and we'll all see how remarkable and extraordinary you are.
Well, what a generous introduction. Thank you so much, Devora, for that lovely introduction and for the invitation to be here with all of you to share just a few little insights of the work that we've been doing at the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce. It is really a privilege to join this distinguished gathering of academic and global leaders. I just love that. Deeply honored to share how in Los Angeles, through the work of the Chamber, I believe we're forging new paths of how to bring about business, academia, and the innovation that can be forged with the two to really strengthen our economy, to provide greater economic opportunities for our students, our workforce, and that this model is something that can be replicated around the world. I want to share a couple of things this afternoon there for you. going to give you a brief overview of the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce. I'm going to talk about an initiative that we launched that we call it a paradigm shift. It's a bold effort to transform how employers and higher educational institutions collaborate. And then I want to talk a little bit of how we believe that this model is something that can be replicated around the world with many of you that are here in the room. So the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce is the largest business organization in our region. Our mission is simple but powerful: to advance economic prosperity and quality of life for Angelenos. Our vision is a thriving region for all. And so when I think about that vision that we have, it is not just about business, it is about every facet of life in Los Angeles, in our community, and how it can all come together for the benefit of all. The greater Los Angeles area is a place of extraordinary innovation, creativity, and international impact. We are home to more than 14 million people when you think of the greater Los Angeles area. And sometimes the economy is referenced as the 14th largest in the world. We are a global region with an economy that drives the state, the nation, a gateway to international countries from around the world. We represent a large group of members and partners across so many industry sectors. Large multinational corporations like in healthcare, entertainment, logistics, aerospace, energy, technology, you find it all here. Small and medium-sized businesses equally in those industries, they're the backbone of our local economy and the job creators. Nonprofit organizations that address issues such as workforce development, education, housing, and economic mobility. And academic institutions, public and private universities, a community college system that includes 9 community colleges throughout the Los Angeles area, and a K through 12 school districts that are really are known to be the second largest in the United States. All these institutions are deeply embedded in the economy that moves Los Angeles. The composition of our members gives the chamber a unique, powerful role as a convener, a connector, and a catalyst. We bring together leaders who might otherwise operate in separate spheres, and we help them align around shared goals: economic growth, opportunity, innovation that uplifts communities. We believe that economic growth and social impact are not competing priorities. Rather, they're two sides of the same coin. And nowhere is that more evident than in the way that we partner with our educational institutions. When I think of our educational institutions, I think of career readiness, the preparation of the workforce, and just how central and important that is to our region's success. Los Angeles is home to some of the most innovative higher educational institutions in the world. These systems come together in many ways. And for us at the Chamber to be able to tap in to that innovation, to that creativity that is fostered within the halls of academia is something that is really special. We see these institutions not as periphery stakeholders, but as core partners in shaping the economic future of this region. They're engines of talent, research, and discovery. They push forward innovations that help address challenges like climate change, public health, digital transformation. And so our chamber works with higher education partners in workforce and policy needs. Whether it's developing training programs for emerging industries, connecting students with employers, we see ourselves as a bridge between the classroom, career, research, and the real world. Last year, we launched a specific program, and we called it a paradigm shift. A prime example was to be able to bridge the paradigm that we talked, this shift between employers, the business community, industry, and our educational partners. A new strategic effort to change the way in which employers and educational institutions collaborate in Los Angeles. For decades, education and industry have existed in parallel tracks. Universities prepared students, employers hired talent, often after the fact, or often with a mismatch between what was taught and what was needed. And the reflection on today's economy, driven by so much innovation and a rapid change, demographic shifts, evolving labor markets, we knew that that model no longer worked. What we needed was to co-create, to deepen that collaboration, to work together. And we asked ourselves, what if business, if industry, if employers deepened their engagement with the educational institutions in their region? Could they strengthen the workforce pipelines? Could a partnership with the Chamber of Commerce organization that brings together employers, primarily employers, be a catalyst for deeper engagement? In the United States alone, there's over 7,000 chambers. Every community has an organization like a Chamber of Commerce, and they're connectors and conveners within those respective communities. So we asked ourselves, could these chambers serve as a conduit to convening the employers and the education institutions for the purpose of not only building the pipelines, strengthening the pipelines, and creating the pipelines that we would need for future jobs? We launched this initiative to create a model in one of the most critical sectors of our economy, healthcare. And here's how it works. The employers lead with their needs. We brought the healthcare employers to the table and said, you are creating, you are innovating, you are defining the jobs of the future. Sit with us at the table as we have our partners, our educational partners, that are ready to collaborate with you, to listen to the needs, and to respond. Higher education institutions like our community colleges, our universities, many of the training programs listened with great interest. They're designing the curriculum. They're creating the pathways for training and for moving students into the workforce. And I know that it's with that type of commitment that they sought the alignment with industry, with the employers, that were saying, we see changes, we're innovating in our sectors, and we want to bring our educational partners along. So this partnership is something that we're formalizing, creating a clear commitment between these healthcare institutions and the educational partners. And with the support of incredible leaders like Devorah Lieberman, she is our consultant on this project, who brings the resources, the expertise that organizations like ours, a Chamber of Commerce, can leverage her expertise on how do we build the accountability and the measurements that are necessary to ensure that not only is the chamber successful, are our employers successful, but how can our educational partners also be the open door to success for our students? This work has taken us to dive deep into research. We had the benefit of working with McKinsey and Company that did the research on our landscape in our region to understand the jobs, the high growth industries, which is how we landed in healthcare, to understand the jobs that were those jobs that were most critical and needed. So we have actually defined, I believe we're at 6 job categories, not only in healthcare, but in healthcare aligned fields. And with that, we're moving into the next phase of this project to bring together that commitment between both the employers and the educational institutions. This is something that we believe is a model, a new model of shared responsibility for talent development, something that recognizes that there's an incredible force between bringing those employers to the table, deepening their engagement with the educational institutions. The expected impact of this initiative is profound. Students gain a clear pathway to well-paying jobs, particularly in communities that have been historically underrepresented in high-wage industries. Employers are able to fill critical workforce needs in a timely and sustainable manner. And the higher education institutions becoming even more relevant and important to the industries that they serve and they can partner with. And we believe that all of this can lead to the region's economic growth through innovation and inclusivity. I'm deeply proud of this work that we're doing, and I believe that it's just the tip of the iceberg, that we're onto something here, because as we go around and meet with the employers and the educational institutions, nobody is saying no. They all want to be at the table. They want to help define what this new workforce model could look like. And we call it a paradigm shift because I really believe that that's what it is. When we're asking employers to deepen your engagement with your educational partners. And this is just a snapshot. I believe that the way we can get to even greater pathways for students is to go deeper into the career readiness pipeline. And that's set on our vision for part 2 of all this work. So with that, I'm going to conclude by saying that I am deeply honored to be here. The theme of this session, the advancing innovation through research and sustainable funding, is not abstract for us in Los Angeles. It's our daily work. By connecting business, education, and community, by co-creating workforce solutions and building sustainable funding models, we're laying the foundation for a more inclusive, innovative, and prosperous future. So I thank you for having me here, and I look forward to the conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. First of all, Maria, it's the middle of the night there, so you look fabulous. So thank you for being with us here. It's the afternoon, and we have a couple of minutes for you to ask questions to Maria about anything having to do with what she said that sparked an interest in your mind. She's all about theory to practice, the theory of what are the issues around educating students and creating those pipelines? And she just didn't ask the question, she's putting it into practice. How do we create these pathways and these pipelines so that she's starting with health, she'll move to other industries. how does healthcare in the entire region benefit, and how do educational institutions listen to what the healthcare providers want and need so that they graduate students? And it's this marriage that's happening here in LA or there in LA, but it's not happening everywhere around the world. So just raise your hand. You can ask the question. I'll repeat it so that we make sure that Maria hears it. HK, oh, never mind. We have a question. And tell us your name and your institution and your country.
Good afternoon. My name is Sang-won Jung. I'm from Seoul University, Vice President. And thank you very much for your meaningful presentation. I think that your model is really great, but I think that there is always tension among students, between employer and employees, because many employers want to select some very smart employee. And the universities want to raise every student to be competent. And so among students, there is a competition, and the employers want to select some students. And of course, there is a competition among employers as well. So how do you solve that kind of a problem?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And I think that's why we call it a paradigm shift. Let's do things different. Let's think differently. Let me talk a little bit about the chamber. One of the things that we do is we have an advisory committee that is made up of C-level executives, CEOs, regional presidents, executives that run their businesses here within Los Angeles. So they might not, even if they're not the CEO, but they're the top executive here. And I'm the head of the Los Angeles Chamber and business organization. And I will be the first one to tell you that the business community needs to deepen. And I use the word deepen because I know that a lot of employers have relationships with educational institutions, but they might be specific to internships or hiring out of school. And what I'm asking our employers to do is to go deeper into whether you want to start at an earlier age, at a younger age, but really build an authentic relationship. Because what I'm hearing from employers is we want to come to the table. We want to be able to work with our educational institutions. Well, that means you're going to have deeper engagement and really understand the goals, the values of the institutions, because I know the educational institutions want to cover for all and serve all. And that is something that we need to ask our employers to do as well. One of the groups that we're working with in this particular model are the community colleges. The community colleges in Los Angeles typically are in areas of under-resourced areas, underserved students. And I was able to get the commitment from our employers that are in this project that that's a priority for them. Now, that might not be the first thing that people think of, that employers think of, but we need to serve that up. If we're going to have economic growth and inclusive economic growth, then we need to go deep and understand the issues that students have in those under-resourced areas and be prepared to help. So I know it's a bit of a long answer, but we did have some of those conversations when we brought the employers together to say that, this employers could make a really big difference in communities, in employers, in educational systems, but they also have to think about it differently. you know, it's not just the top student, it's not competing, you know, for those star players on the team. It's really about providing an opportunity to all. That's how I would answer your
Excellent
question.
question. Excellent. Thank you very much. I think we have time for one more question, and I want to clarify, I want to add to something that Maria Salinas just said. And when we think about healthcare, and when she first talked to me about the project or the initiative, I was thinking doctors, nurses, these more high-level healthcare positions. And she educated me and said, wait a second, let's just not think about the doctors and the nurses and the physician assistants and the anesthesiologists. Let's go to the employers and say, aside from those, what are your most needed professions in your hospitals and rehab centers, et cetera? And they came back and said, well, we need X-ray technologists, we need radiologists, those kinds of professions that maybe take 6 months to become certified in. They don't necessarily take 4 years to have a bachelor's or a master's or a doctorate. So the chamber is starting with those mid and lower level, and I don't want it to sound pejorative, but the positions that aren't the physicians and the nurses and the anesthesiologists, et cetera. So those students who are graduating from high school, they can get through the community college a 6-month certificate and immediately get a living wage in these positions that are really needed in these healthcare organizations. So it's a very different way of thinking. And my question to you all is, how can Maria Salinas or the LA County Chamber of Commerce be a partner with you, your institution, and your Chamber of Commerce, if it exists where you live? How can she is the most successful and accessible CEO, and she is there to help each of us do something similar if you would like in your region. She's a resource for each of you. I know I'm offering you up, Maria, and
Definitely.
okay. So, one more question. HK, did you have a question? You don't have to. It's just that I know you, so I was calling on you. Oh, okay. So, okay, you have a question for the panelists. Okay, hold on to that question, Maria. I don't want to keep you from bed, so you're welcome to stay on. Do you want to stay on for a few minutes and listen to the question of the panelists?
Yes, of course. I'll stay on for a little bit. And again, thank you very much for the invitation. It's been a pleasure. And yes, I am a resource, and I hope you use me.
So let's give Maria a big round of applause. Was I right? Innovative visionary, Maria Salinas. Maria, thank you. I'll see you
Thank you.
soon.
Sounds good.
Thank you. So, HK, you had a question for the panelists that had to do with Maria and her comments? Okay, please, go ahead.
Because I was listening to the what Maria was talking about. No, before I go, hello everyone. My name is HKO, working at Cal State San Bernardino. Go back to my question, and I it occurred to me. My nephews are in South Korea, and they're first grader in middle school, and they're already doing their career education. So, depending on their interest, the company actually came to the school and providing kind of quick workshop for the middle schooler to explore their future career. So one of my nephews chose to the computer science, and the Samsung, they sent a bus and took them to one of their semiconductor facility for the field trip. So that kind of get them think about their future career. And at the same time, I know in South Korea they have a very specific high school that customized into the specific field of vocation. So after high school, they can have a job. So my question to this university panel, so if we are looking for new paradigm of pathway from high school to a job, and of course we might lose our students to going to higher ed. And is there any way that we can connect these three dots? The high school goes to university, and that lead to a job market. So that pathway might need a beneficiary to, I mean, speaking both on behalf of a university perspective, because in US we have a very low enrollment. And what I'm hearing from our students, they also want to get a job right after high school or even the community college. They don't see a value to going to the four-year institution or further pursuing master's or PhD degree. So just the panel, the question in short, what are I mean, there's no solution, but any advice in that way?
So HK is asking for advice from each of you about pathways and processes rather than waiting for the college to start and move forward from education into employment. So, yes, we can, MJ.
That's one
Please.
of the toughest questions.
It's a tough question.
yeah.
I'm glad I'm the moderator and I don't have to answer that.
Let me start by saying the demographic shift in Korea currently, super ultra low fertility, and that another kinds of the rapid change in aging society. We are losing number of children and number of youngsters, and the school aging are gradually declining. So universities are actively recruiting the youngster. So there's no way that we let them skip the college. That's kind of supply and demand curve. But your suggestion can be another way of resolving this problem, because let the youngster have hope for their education. That education can help them achieve their dream. That's basic idea of higher education. And then, current. I was going to ask Maria if I got a chance, because we are trying to have the one big giant project called Make 10 of Seoul National University. Actually, our national research funding, foundation has started to fund 10 local university to hire the scholars and the professors that otherwise can be hired by Seoul National University. So we can locality not only have losing the number of people and the industry and all valuable asset, we keep the local the province maintaining their university and faculty members, so that local kids can stay there, region and attend a good school, and then they can be, pursuing their. But we try to copy the system of the California university system. You have not just Berkeley or UCLA, but you have how many? Yeah. We are very humble to make just
22 state universities and 12 UC universities.
And but that's one way of doing it. Maybe it's we cannot do these things even though we secure the money, public money. Well, I can say it's the $1 billion. Each of 10 local university will get tons of money to hire the valuable, the smart youngsters, young professors, and that's one area we are pursuing. But we never thought about what if we try to give them a better lives for our children through the good education. Let them choose not to directly go to university, but they can stay. Maybe they can volunteer. They can serve their family, or look at the elderly people, or their churches. That's one way of doing that. Only thing is, then the problem is we still need students. Then we need to recruit from outside, like Japan has done. We have young, ambitious, talented youngsters from outside. But Korea, we are not ready to accept a foreign student who could not pay the tuition or who need a scholarship for, make sustainable lives. So there are lots of ways of doing this, but your suggestion is very valuable ideas, and I keep, remembering that. Thanks so much.
Thank you, MJ. Tomas, you wanted to
Yeah,
say
I mean,
something?
I think there's just too many social benefits to a college education. I mean, the demographic shift, the decline in college-going age, young people. I mean, I think the fact of the matter in the United States, and I don't know the data internationally, but in the United States, baccalaureate degree holders are more civically inclined, vote at higher rates, are healthier, live longer, have less divorce rates. There are many, many social benefits of a college education, and I think that I'm intrigued by the proposal or the program, the initiative that the Los Angeles Consumer Chamber is engaged in. And I would try to find a way, and you've alluded to this, where students can be more intentional about exploring careers as early as middle school, but at the same time, continue their education, continue developing their intellectual capacity while and it could be internships, it could be apprentice programs, it could be co-op programs where they're earning a salary and they're gaining real life experiences. But to just simply say, well, we're going to just, these students don't need to go to college, I think it may shortchange that population.
Excellent. Thank you, Tomas. One quick add-on is with the chamber initiative, we have two phrases. One is earn to learn. So they're mid-level, they're earning basic wages, well, they're a living wage, and earn to learn. So they're earning this money and they're learning, is this a profession I really want to go into and stay in? And they're earning to learn. It's helping them pay for their tuition. The other phrase is brain remain. So many times people say you need to get an education and leave and go somewhere else where you can earn more money. The brain remain is what can we do so that this intellectual capacity that we're developing, the students graduate and they stay in the region to lift the whole region, as opposed to having a brain drain, you have a brain remain. Asselbeck, did you want to make a comment?
First of all, I would like to answer not exactly for your question.
You can ask any and answer any question
And
you
not
wish.
exactly for the question of that lady. In one hand, it's a very simple question, but the situation is much more difficult, maybe worse in some countries. You cannot compare countries, US and, for example, Kazakhstan. But you need the same answer. It's not correct. That means when you are trying to answer for your question, it's about, do we have a real equal access to education in city and in rural area? If not, about what your question? First, we should have a real access. Then you can compare. Even if you have access, for example, I am from the rural area, from north of Kazakhstan. That was good education. Now totally different, because from this area, people cannot get access to the higher education. They cannot pass exam. That's very easy. They cannot pass exam not because they are stupid, because they got very less qualified education in the middle level. That means first, right access, equal access. After that access, should be understanding people what kind of education they would like to get, even on the higher level. Because after finishing universities, they cannot get working place for the same specialty which they got. It's again, they will go for that places, not where they good, maybe working place, maybe where they a little bit more money. That's again, more money, it's not for your higher education. It's more money for the very simple questions, simple physical working places. It's again, of course, they would like to get more money, but for different places. That means again, what kind of education they can get after university. It's not means that the situation is good, bad, but in general, understanding of situation, in my opinion, different.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, we have, oh, Nikki, did you have a question? Yes, of course.
Just building on this partnership model and paradigm shift, in an era of AI, I'm curious, how do we have partnerships with employers, education institutions, and citizens to develop humane citizens and humanity, education for humanity, rather than for education for employment? Does that make sense? So rather than just filtering into employment and just doing this shuffle, and then we're not really addressing issues of equity, justice, or social inclusion. I saw Maria was talking about how she asked the employers to focus on lower income areas or underserved areas. I think that's really important, but then how do we make sure that these partnerships don't take advantage of those students?
Excellent question. And you're not saying it's an either or, it's a both and. How do we create the pathways and pipelines so that the students also have an ethical, just focus in their own lives that they're bringing into their occupations? Great question. And I know our three panelists have the answer to that. No, I'm serious, because that's why we have institutions of higher education to do both. So let's start at this end. Tomas? Great question.
Well, I think you and I are in agreement. I mean, I think there's many benefits to continuing your education. I mean, I think that, and it doesn't mean that, it could only be for 18, 19-year-olds who finish high school, the choice to go on to college or go find a job. I mean, I think that given the demographic decline in all over the world, the United States and South Korea, I know, has a decline in college-going age, the traditional college-going age, but there's an entire market for older adults who may not have gone to college earlier, or who may need to retrain or retool. But I think there's clearly a benefit to, my mother, may she rest in peace, she was a high school dropout, and I'm the youngest of three boys. She went back to school at the age of almost 40 and retired as a psychiatric social worker. So she went to a community college. She got her high school diploma. She was a high school dropout, to a community college, got a BSW, an MSW, and she had a wonderful career and did not start, because unfortunately, many, particularly women, life gets in the way. And, they have children. My mother had 3 children before she was 21 years old. So, but she ended up completing a wonderful career. So I think we all have to, in higher education, look at what other markets are available for retraining, retooling, and create an infrastructure that will support that market, those students, older students, et
Exactly.
cetera.
What Tomas is saying, I think, is so relevant. But AI is not going to teach our students to be civically and community engaged or to have ethical reasoning and ethical decision making. It is we as humans have to teach our students and provide those opportunities so that students can leave our institutions with good jobs, but have a commitment to be civically and community engaged in their profession and outside their profession. If we don't do that, we're just going to be graduating, as they say, widgets to be able to do things. Agreed. Asselbeck, did you want to make a comment, and then MJ?
How much time do you give me?
You have 1 minute.
Oh, no, it's impossible. I would like to give full answer, but it's about time. First, it's your questions about humanity and readiness to specialty. Absolutely right questions, especially right in our university, Almaty Management University, because we are thinking that first should be provide not a profession, your humanistic approach, understanding people, understanding city, understanding life, understanding everything. We have special discipline. In English, it's like a holistic approach. That means first should give holistic approach, then speciality. But according to standard, it's not like this. Of course, we have a right to do what we want, but not fully, but maybe not bad. We want more, but it's not bad, it's okay in this case. Another answer, it's about my family. We had 7 children, 5 boys and 2 ladies. And my mother, we was, as I told you, from rural area, total rural area. 7 people in one family. She was telling me, my mother got 1 college education. She wanted to get higher education, but was impossible. That's why I thought I have one dream. I would like to give all my 7 children higher education. And you see, at that time, it was possible. I don't know about now, but that time, when I was young, it was possible. And all of us got 7 educations. But we got more, 17. But first education was done by our mother, by our father, by our family. But it was a big family. It was a normal life in rural area. You was thinking about community. You was thinking about people. You was thinking how to help another smaller children. Not thinking about your own first education to get it, and your life is done. That means, in general, again, another idea, I don't know about your universities or your countries, but we are providing the special philosophy how to live in this life. And if you have such a discipline, maybe it will be situation better with speciality. Opposite, it's not working, in my opinion. You can get very high education. If it's not good with community, it's not good with even your big family, it's will be better result.
Thank you very much, Asselbeck. MJ, did you want to comment on Nikki's question?
Can I?
Yes.
It was supposed to use 1 minute, but that means I only have 5 seconds, right? Well, China, Korea, and Japan, we are all same thing in common, Confucius society. And Confucius' traditions, legacies, education, enlighten people, make them happy, and altogether justice society. The problem is because of AI and automation, we used to respect our professor teachers and father mothers. If they teach, then we also respect not just their biological caregiver, but their teachers. And these days, we all use ChatGPT, AI, automation. So I'm not sure whether we, professor, can get respect from youngsters, children, or students, or AI should get more, credit. So our society, from the Confucius society to confused society. Yeah, that's what I meant by. Yeah, I promise you. At least, yeah. Well, let me start with this. Make students happy and choose whatever they want in life. But right now, they don't know what's good for them, so they have to wait. And then when they wait something with the uncertainty, they need to endure, persistent, but it's very hard with the current system. So I'm trying to make it, our society, Korean society, different system. First, starting from my position, public funding. Public funding goes to funding universities. They educate their students, and then let them go to industry and get a job. But the funding should not stop at this. There should be private fundings corresponding to our effort. That is really big missing in Korea. Once we finish 10 years of research funding, after that, it's done. All the scholars, students, and laboratory, they stop. So I try to really get some advice from Maria, how the civil society and the industry and corporation can match our public funding into more durable, sustainable things. So in that environment, student, graduate student as well, and professors and young junior researchers can be safe, more trustworthy environment. They don't have to worry about losing their position, funding, scholarship. So this is something that I want to make it, but it'll take, lots of money and effort. I hope this can answer part of your question.
That's very, very interesting. Thank you. Well, we have one more virtual pre-recorded, and it's a few minutes long. He couldn't be here in person, so he did a pre-recording. So his name is, Jeroen Prinsen. He's the executive director of APAC from QS. So I'm not sure exactly what APAC stands for, QS, but we're going to hear from him, Jeroen Prinsen. And so let's turn our attention to the screen, and we'll hear for a few minutes about how he's focused on innovation and sustainability.
Distinguished guests of the 60th anniversary IAUP meeting in Seoul. It's a pleasure to join you here virtually. Unfortunately, I can't be there in person, but I'm sure you're having an excellent conference thus far. I hope to share with you some quick fire insights over the next 5 to 10 minutes, and so we will fire ahead now. My name is Jeroen Prinsen. I'm the Executive Director for QS for the Asia Pacific region, and we will be covering some insights on research collaboration, population growth, and future skills and employability. So let's start with research collaboration. there's a clear correlation between the rank of a university and its International Research Network indicator score. We can see that here with all the dots representing universities in the QS World University Rankings. So the higher the rank, generally the higher the International Research Network score. If we look at this from a Asia Pacific perspective across a number of regions listed there, and we look at just the top 5 institutions' average rank, we can see for the International Research Network rank, the top 5 institutions from China and Japan scoring the highest there, or ranking the highest there. If we look at this from a research impact perspective, so looking at the average citations per faculty rank, we see China and Hong Kong scoring the highest there. And generally speaking, a lack of diversity in research partnerships will restrict institutions from leveraging the full impact of their research. If we look at international collaboration, it is increasing. And over the last 3 years, the data tells us that there is a more significant increase in number of international research partners for higher ranked institutions versus those in the lower ranks. As we can see that in the top 100 bands, a significantly higher number of international research partners, but also a significant higher growth number as well. Now, aligning research agendas with long-term societal needs is crucial for elevating institutional impacts and in sustainability. If we look at the average sustainability research rank versus average sustainability rank, so this is looking at the QS sustainability rankings, and we look at this by country, we can see that those countries below the line do show a growth and strength in sustainable research, but maybe not as impactful as those countries above the line. So an interesting point of view there. So let's look at population growth. We see that, or we estimate that the global population will rise to over 9 billion in the next 25 years, with Asian countries in the green and African countries in the blue leading the growth. Now, if we look at working age population, 1 in 4 will be in South Asia, and we can see that in the pink at the top. Africa will catch up to South Asia by 2050, and East Asia will drop to 1 in 5. Now, these are some of the market factors driving the outlook. The population growth rate of 10 to 14-year-olds in the next 10 years show that makeup of future student pipelines is changing. This is both future student pipelines and future workforce pipelines. Countries with shrinking populations are shown below the white horizontal line and include many large European and Asian nations, and notably China and India feature there, although India's just touching the white line there. All the blue circles above the white line are representing African nations, and it's clear that Africa is one of the few regions where 10 to 14-year-old population is expected to grow over the next decade. These insights provoke interesting discussion points and suggests a future growth from those regions, both in students and workforce. Let's take a look at the future skills and employability. There are 6 waves of industrial innovation, right through to AI and green economy wave that we're in right now. And as you can see, each wave has become shorter and shorter, from the 60-year stretch of the first wave to now possibly even less than 20 years before the next wave. The point is the pace of transformation. Industries are reshaping faster than ever. For universities, this highlights the need to adapt quickly to remain relevant. We know that green jobs will be one of the 3 key industries driving innovation and disruption through to 2030. This alongside AI and digital skills development. Now, it's essential for stakeholders in higher education to ensure that their sector can support green skills development. After all, it's these are the future graduates that are going into the workforce with the requirement of such skills. Now, when we look at the QS World Future Skills Index, one of the indicators are the academic readiness indicator, and here we're looking at the green sub-indicator of academic readiness, scoring the top 40 countries. And this is a leading indicator of nations that are academically ready for producing students with green skills. So you can see they're scoring highly: Netherlands, Hong Kong, Australia, Germany, and so forth. Now, many countries are, of course, ready for academic innovation, and a country's higher education system is one of the key pipelines for producing talent. So countries that invest in high quality academic programs such as AI, digital and sustainability are setting themselves up for long-term success. A higher score in this indicator reflects that a country is more capable of meeting global standards for education, research and skills development. Now, the conference is in South Korea, and we can see here that South Korea's focus on gross fixed capital formation is vital in building infrastructure and driving productivity. South Korea shares a similar challenge with the US, a shortage of skilled workers in the semiconductor industry. And overcoming these gaps calls for renewed recruitment initiatives and rethinking of workforce development to keep pace with the industry's demands. Now, we know as technology advances rapidly, South Korea has certainly committed to the GFCF, and proactive support for high-tech sectors have secured the nation's status as a leading global player. Addressing workforce challenges will be crucial to preserving this edge in the competitive semiconductor market. And we know the large investment in R&D and recently increased investment in R&D from South Korea is certainly helping future-proof this. So finally, the importance of international collaboration does drive research impact. We know that international research networks are a vital tool to help institutions collaborate across borders. The relative intensity and volume of research being undertaken within institutions can be further enhanced through sustained international collaboration. Collaboration allows institutions to enhance their global reputation and innovativeness, and strong international research networks help institutions to not only increase the impact of their research, but also build strong international relations and attract international talent to their countries and organizations. So I hope that provided some insight, some thought-provoking numbers. It was a quick fire round. Thank you for your attention, and I trust the ongoing conversation will go well. Wishing you all the best for the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Wow, he brought us some very good data and some very interesting things to speak about. So before we close, we have a few minutes left. I'd like to have a quick go-round from each of our panelists to either respond to, you each have about 2 minutes, to respond to what you've heard today or to add to what you've heard from your own experience or your own institutions. So we'll start with you in the middle, okay? Asselbeck, let's start with you so that you haven't started. We'll go from Asselbeck to MJ and we'll close with Tomas. Asselbeck, do you want to add to anything you've heard or talk to us for 2 minutes about your institution with innovation and sustainability?
Regards for your question about artificial intelligence, in my opinion, that's, we are thinking too much about knowledge and less about wisdom. If we will exchange these two things, maybe have a good balance.
Beautiful. That is interesting. Wonderful. And that was definitely less than 2 minutes. So, MJ, you can add to that.
All right. Well, Korea has been very known for the innovation, not just technological, but social innovation. We can be proud of ourselves. But the problem is, once we adopt a new system technology, we are so easily forget and desert our tradition and past and history. I coin it as a destructive innovation as opposed to constructive innovation. While we are achieving something, we have to find ourselves losing a lot of our tradition, neighbors, friendship, family values. Just something that we could not gain afterward. So I kind of, have similar ideas, the people reasoning for themselves so what we can go forward instead of not losing much is more important in these days.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. About 25 years ago, there was a book written in the U.S. His last name is Putnam. And the name of the book was called Bowling Alone in America. And it was based on this concept of people having connections with one another. And the metaphor was bowling leagues, that people would be in a league to bowl together. And this was 25 years ago. And he talked about bowling alone in America, that we're going into a direction where we're isolating ourselves from one another and we don't have the humanity that Nikki was talking about or the civic commitment to one another. So along with AI and what we're doing in these pathways and these pipelines, how do we continue to make sure that the humanity is part of our students' lives and what we're graduating? Tomas, bring us home.
Yeah, I mean, as I think about advancing innovation through research and sustainable funding, and overlaying artificial intelligence, the California State University system has bought a license for every single faculty, staff, and student. So 450,000 students, 45,000 faculties and staff all have a license for to access IA innovation, artificial intelligence, and so we're at an infancy stage globally. I mean, we're talking about it, and I feel that institutional leaders, those of us here, must incentivize faculty to explore ways to use AI to enhance pedagogical innovation. Because faculty have not yet bought in. And so the CSU offered a competition for faculty. So let me just share really briefly some of the winners of the competition. So at CSU Channel Islands, communication courses will ask students to analyze AI-generated messages, reflect on media bias, and use AI to draft but not complete assignments. Generative AI will be a mirror held up to human reasoning, not a replacement for human judgment. Chico State will expand the university's successful AI retrofit program, which helps faculty adapt their teaching for responsible AI use. The awards will support local faculty and enable development of an asynchronous learning module that will be available for instructors across the CSU system. CSU Dominguez Hills will provide a professional development for faculty to rework assignments, assessments, and syllabi with AI integrations, enabling them to embed ethics, academic integrity, and inclusiveness into every aspect of course design. So that's strictly curriculum innovation, pedagogical innovation. and identifying faculty who have embraced AI. Most faculty have not. And then, of course, on the other side of the higher ed community, you have administrators that are looking at ways to deploy artificial intelligence to improve services, academic advising, financial aid processing, admissions processing, bill paying. These are mundane business aspect of running a university, and how can AI be deployed to make it more efficient as a university. So, I see us, I certainly am very supportive of the CSU system, making that investment, negotiating the purchase of licenses for every single member of the university community. That's the easy part, writing out a check to buy the license. The hard part is implementing, convincing faculty that there are many ways to use AI to be innovative, to enhance learning, and then on the other side, of course, to enhance administrative efficiencies.
And humanity.
And humanity, absolutely.
Yes. Well, we had a very diverse and interesting panel and two speakers, and the questions really brought us home to how do we create pathways and pipelines using AI and other skills without losing the humanity that is part of who we are. So let's give our panelists a round of applause. We give you a round of applause because you were a great audience. And to do a quick announcement before we take a break, the next panel is one individual. His name is Richard Tollefson. And for those of you, it starts at 2:40. For those of you who are interested in philanthropy in your institution, everybody says, oh my gosh, we can't raise any money. It's endowments, philanthropy, donors, impossible in my institution. This individual who has done it for 30 years with institutions around the world, he's going to talk to us about how he has found philanthropy and fundraising, no matter where you live, no matter what country, how it's possible and can be successful. So it's a little advertisement that you might want to keep your seat warm because you might want to listen to him as well at 2:40. So thank you each very much. And if you're interested in connecting with Maria Salinas, the president of the LA Chamber, just ask me and I can give you all of her contact information. Thank you very much. Enjoy your break, and we'll see you at the next session.
Oh, sorry. Sorry to make it rushed. I didn't mean to make it rushed. Okay. Okay, good afternoon. It looks like we got a good crowd now. Now it's almost even with the other room. Yeah, it's about half. Yeah, so, oh, they're leaving. Get back in here. Sit your butt down. I'm just teasing.
Lock the doors.
Yeah, lock the doors. Everybody's locked in. All right. Today, welcome to session 2 or 1-2, Advancing Higher Education Through Philanthropy. Again, we will have moderator Deborah Lieberman, and she is the accomplished visionary leader recognized for her significant contributions to higher education, healthcare, and business, both in the United States and globally. She is currently the president in residence from 2025 to 2026 at Harvard University Graduate School of Education. She is a senior advisor to the president for the American Council of Education and the chief strategy officer and advisor to the president for the International Association of University Presidents. And she will be introducing the presenter today. So let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you, Nikki. Before we hear from the presenter, the reason I'm guessing that you're in this room is because Richard Tollefson, who's the presenter and the founder of the Phoenix Philanthropy Group, is probably the expert internationally on how to be a successful fundraiser and philanthropy, culture of philanthropy creator in and on your own campuses. And for me personally, when I come to all the IAUP meetings, and I thoroughly enjoy them, and I talk about fundraising, how to cultivate donors, donor development, and creating a culture of philanthropy on your campuses, many, many times the presidents and the institutional leaders say to me, oh, that's in the United States. We can't raise money here at our institution. One, there's no tax incentive for people to give money or to donate to my institution, or it's not done in my country. Well, Richard Tollefson, who's the founder of the Phoenix Philanthropy Group and has been for decades, is very, very successful and knowledgeable about how to create a culture of philanthropy and how to be a president or a vice president who is not only leading the institution, but also a fundraiser. When I started at the University of Laverne in 2011, I started as the president, and I never thought of myself as a fundraiser. I contacted Richard Tollefson, the man you're going to hear from, and I said to him and his company, is it an art? Is it a science? How do you go about creating a culture of philanthropy on your campus, and how do you strategically raise money for buildings, scholarships, endowed professorships, etc.? And when I came to the university, the endowment in 2011 was $36 million, which is not a lot. It's not a large endowment at all. When I left the university in 2023, the endowment was $151 million. That is, I'm not a math major, but from 36 to 151, that's a significant increase. Over my 12 years, we raised about $170 million. So much of the fundraising techniques and strategies I owe to Richard Tollefson and the Phoenix Philanthropy Group. So Richard comes to us today. It's the middle of the night. Thank you, Richard, for, I'm looking at Richard. You'll see Richard in a minute, but you look like it's the middle of the day in Arizona there, Richard. So thank you so much. And I'm going to turn this over to Richard. He's going to speak. He has a slide deck. He'll speak for a bit, and then we have a lot of time for questions and answers. His answers, your questions. So Richard, thank you for being part of us. Thank you for founding the Phoenix Philanthropy Group. Thank you for being so successful, and thank you for sharing your knowledge with us today. Also, on your tables, I put out handouts that, and if you don't have a handout, I have more. And raise, okay, Richard, hang on 1 second because there are some more people who want more handouts. HK, are you going to help me? Okay, great. So, Richard, we turn this over to you, and share your knowledge with us. Thank you.
Well, it's great to be here. It is 11 p.m. in Phoenix, and Michael Tyra, who's my colleague and Devorah's colleague at the Phoenix Philanthropy Group, is in New York, so I think it's around 1 a.m. there. But we're delighted to be here with you today, and we're really excited. The Phoenix Philanthropy Group is a 3-year sponsor of IAUP, and we will be presenting on the topic of philanthropy in higher education and advancement in higher education over the next 3 years. So today we're starting with a bit of a primer on the culture of philanthropy and how do you initiate fundraising on a global scale within your organization. I have a PowerPoint. Devorah or someone on the team there is going to be advancing it. But with that, I think we'll move on to then slide number 2. I'm going to start the presentation with a bit of a story about how I learned about global philanthropy. My story is similar to Michael's because our careers have paralleled, at both being at the Thunderbird School of Global Management for an extended period of time. Thunderbird, if you know it, is an international business school. It's based in the United States, but with operations around the world. And when I was there at Thunderbird from 1996 to 2004, we had centers and institutes in, I believe, around 10 or 12 different countries and raised money for each of those institutes and centers during our period of time there. The Thunderbird School is my graduate school alma mater, so I'm very fond of the institution, and the opportunity to go back as the Vice President of Advancement and build their fundraising operation was a dream come true for me. When I started at Thunderbird, we were raising about $1.5 million a year, and that was largely from US-based corporations. When I left 8 years later, we were raising about $11.5 to $12 million a year, and that was largely from our alumni who were around the world, our friends, members of our board of trustees. We also were raising money from global corporations and international foundations. So the scope and the scale and the focus of our fundraising really changed. During the period of time we were there, we had 2 major campaigns. We actively raised money in 26 countries around the world. We transformed our alumni association into a global professional association. We had a corporate relationship management system and process that generated revenue from companies around the world for a variety of programs at Thunderbird. And we managed conferences and seminars and events on a global scale as well. We secured during that period of time also the largest naming gift to a college or school of business in the world, which in that period of time, 2003, 2004, was a $60 million gift from a 39-year-old alumnus. And I'm going to be talking a little bit later about the importance of alumni and the idea of high potential quintessential alumni. And the man who gave that gift defined that perfectly. He was, in essence, Mr. Thunderbird. He had built his business based on the mission, vision, and values of the school. and was there to give back a significant amount, again, at 39 years old. We started small, we focused in on US corporations, and we expanded from there, raising money again in 26 countries around the world. We set up an operational infrastructure that could ensure good information management and accountability to our donors, no matter where they were. We could be able to contact them, and we could be able to report to them how their investments in the school were being expended and what the outcomes were. We built alumni councils in North America, Latin America, Europe, Middle East, Asia, Oceania, and then we had a global board as well. We had a corporate council with C-level executives from around the world and a governing board of trustees that had international reputation. At the end of that period of time, and that's again where I really started and focused in on international fundraising, then I started the Phoenix Philanthropy Group with that knowledge and skill set in hand. And at first, for our first number of years, we were helping to set up advancement operations, fundraising, alumni relations, marketing and communications, corporate relationship management groups in universities in Australia, in the UAE, and in Latin America. And today, our firm continues to have global clients in a variety of sectors: environment, science, social welfare, as well as higher education.
Richard, I'm interrupting you for just a second. I want to make sure that we're on the right slide.
Yep, we still are.
Okay, thanks.
So what I learned along the way, which is going to be the basis of a lot of what we're going to talk about today, are a few different lessons, 4 different lessons. Number one, as Deborah said earlier, every culture, every region, every demographic has some type of culture of engagement, in generosity, in volunteering, in giving back, into helping to create the greater good. So it may be volunteering to help your neighbor. It may be feeding and sharing a meal with somebody who's hungry. It may be giving money to your local congregations. What we have found is that it's not always a common practice, however, to give to higher education institutions. So how to build that case, and talking about the declining role of government funding, about the role that tuition and how high tuition can potentially go. But building the case for support and building relationships allowed us to effectively build a culture of philanthropy with higher education institutions around the world. And besides, any of your students, your graduates, your faculty, your governing board members who have ever studied in the United States or Canada, UK or Australia, they're being asked for money from their alma maters. And so that speaks to the opportunity that you can be doing the same. Second is that people give with their heads and their hearts. We're going to talk a little bit about fundraising as art and science, but when you talk about how people give, they give with their head, and that is thinking about the numbers, the impact of their investment, what's the return on their investment. But they also think with their hearts, which is really the stories of lives touched, of individuals who have been impacted by your university and their funding. Third is to build over time, to look at the key influencers who can help you build that program step by step. That may be somebody who's involved in the financial world, the legal world, communications, looking at having key influencers at local, national, and regional bases, someone who can convene, someone who can lead by example. When we really first started building our alumni relations programs and our fundraising and fundraising programs in Korea, for example, our leading alum in Korea, who's a member of this organization, Dr. Seong Lee, was the person who kind of helped us as a volunteer pick up the mantle. He was so well respected. He had such a strong network that he helped us to lead, to build a robust program in Korea. And in terms of tax incentives, the fourth lesson is that tax incentives are a minimal impact in terms of how someone gives or why they give. They're going to give because they're inspired by the greater good and inspired by the impact that they can have in your institution. Taxes really only dictates how much and when they can give. So moving on to the next slide, slide 3, we're going to talk a bit about what is the definition of philanthropy. There are many definitions. It could be to promote the welfare of others, to be generous with donations of money to good causes. It's money and time to make life better for others. It's goodwill toward all people. It's the act and the art of improving the world with purpose. It's the love of mankind. So lots of definitions, and figuring out the definition that is comfortable within your environment is something important to consider. But as the next slide shows, slide number 4, the concept of giving and volunteering and generosity is universal, but it's different in each culture, in each region, country, and demographic. Next slide, number 5. The state of philanthropy. We want to talk a little bit about the state of philanthropy. The philanthropy in the United States, as you all know, is very robust. Every year we see significant increases in philanthropy with few exceptions. One of the issues that we're dealing with here is that we're living in a time of dollars up, donors down. So the overall amount of money generated by philanthropy is going up significantly year after year. But the number of donors, particularly lower and mid-level donors, is going down. So that means that the influence of mega donors, those at the highest level, is having the greatest influence. And so those are the names that you know from the press, from politics, from business, philanthropy around the world. And that is helping to drive an ever increased role of philanthropy in the United States. But the state of philanthropy in general and the state of philanthropy in higher education is important to look at. And there's growth not only in the United States, but there's growth globally. So over $70 billion in cross-border giving happened last year. Philanthropy also tends to be resilient in times of crises. When you see natural or man-made disasters around the world, when you experience COVID, when you see economic challenge and decline, philanthropy is amazingly resilient. So as you build your fundraising operations and you establish your culture of philanthropy, remember that people will give in good times and in bad. We're seeing a growth of mega donors. Those are the top, 8, 9, 10-figure gifts at the top of the pyramid from your very biggest donors. There are trends to, yes, build philanthropy, but also look beyond what's traditional philanthropy into areas such as venture philanthropy or social enterprise. Another time we'll go a little bit more in depth about that. And the other influence is that there is an increased scrutiny in terms of international financial transactions and transfers. So the impact of digital influences in philanthropy on the positive side is allowing people to give more money more easily, and for us to be able to communicate with our constituents more easily. But on the other side, it's a bit of a challenge because there's greater scrutiny. On the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about why philanthropy now. Well, you as university presidents are experiencing this every day. You're seeing funding plateaus or cuts in terms of government funding and level of overall support from federal government. Certainly in the United States is something that we're dealing with. That has reciprocal impact in other countries around the world. Your own countries may be facing something similar. There are enrollment challenges, and there are limits to the upside potential of tuition. So that speaks to a greater need to diversify your revenue. And philanthropy can be one of the sources that you look at to diversify your revenue. So on the next slide, number 7, just a quick overview of regional diversity in philanthropy. You see that in North America, we have multi-billion-dollar campaigns. It seems that every university is constantly in a campaign and asking for more and more and more. There's a mature infrastructure for accountability and service and management of your donors and prospects. And that mature infrastructure can be applied in other places around the world. These are all generalizations. There's exception to every rule, but I'll continue just talking in terms of these generalities. In terms of Asia, there's an increasing influence of mega donors, those again at the largest level, and a rapid growth in giving. In Africa, diaspora networks are driving a lot of philanthropy back into Africa. And community-based philanthropy, looking at the impact on local communities, is really important. And universities can play a role in that as they have their alumni go out in their communities, their faculty are there, they're located in communities. So what are the most important needs of local communities and what role the universities play in that? In terms of Oceania, you're seeing rapid advancements in campaign funding and models, and a growing sophistication in terms of programs overall. In Europe, benefiting from large established foundations, strong cross-border collaboration, and a growth in digital engagement. And probably Europe leads the world in terms of digital engagement with constituents. And finally, in Latin America, grassroots funding and looking at community-based and community-driven initiatives that drive philanthropy through the university as well. So how to get started, the next slide, just a few key points. One, there needs to be an institutional buy-in and mandate, and this is from the very top. So from the governing board to the president's cabinet on down. If philanthropy is not viewed as a strong source of revenue, if it's not viewed as a strategic imperative aligned with your mission and vision and values, your ability to start a robust cultural philanthropy might be limited. And there are a number of common entry points that you can look at as you're starting a program. That may be alumni, as I said, talking about high potential, high visibility, quintessential alumni, those who can have key influencers amongst the rest of your alumni. Could be governing boards, diaspora networks, local tax and legal frameworks and experts. There are many cross-border facilitators who can help you move money and raise money in different countries around the world. Charities Aid Foundation, Korea American Friendship Society, a number of different ways to work with facilitators. There's cultural tailoring, of course, which is critically important. And starting small. Don't try to build a global program from the very beginning. Start small, start regional, start where you have the greatest opportunity for impact. And then how do you build and scale? I think it's important to talk about both your operations and your relationships. So US style advancement programs really help provide the infrastructure for information management, for policies and procedures, for global standards, for service and accountability, bringing your prospects and donors and your university together. So adapting, maybe in a simplified form certainly, but adapting a US model of advancement can help accelerate your programs and build more quickly. CASE, Council for Advancement of Support, is a great resource in terms of its guidelines for gift accounting and reporting. Certainly CRMs and AI adapted to local levels or regional levels. And then having a strong set of fundraising priorities and goals and a case for support that is compelling and impactful, but also aligns with your mission and vision and values. And relationship frameworks, it's really about building long-term, mutually beneficial relationships and creating a sense of trust. We often talk about that philanthropy moves at the speed of trust. That means you can't accelerate it and move it ahead of those trusted relationships with your prospects, your donors, your alumni, your governing board members, and others. So the relationship management and building trust over a long period of time. And next, just the next slide, 9, in terms of some common challenges quickly. There can be the tendency toward cultural misperceptions and assuming that one culture may have a particular perspective about philanthropy without really testing that model. Wrong channels, when we first started this at Thunderbird, what seems like a century ago, direct mail and phone were key. But now as we look at internet and web and social media and so much more, how are you using diverse channels of communication to interact with your donors, but appropriate ones based on their lifestyle as also legal and confidentiality issues? In terms of leadership, it comes from the top. Again, your governing board and the university president, but also leadership at a local level. So as I talked earlier about Sang Lee, who was on the ground in South Korea, who really helped us build our program, as well as the university president and the board of trustees. Data and information management is key, not only for data mining and analysis and research, but being able to effectively contact people, but being aware of confidentiality laws and other legal constraints on data and information management. And scaling too fast, again, start small, start with key influencers, start with good partnerships that can help you move money and create that infrastructure and build from there. And before we open it up for questions, just a last comment on slide 10, that philanthropy is resilient. It's global, it's a scalable resource for the transformation of higher education. You as university presidents know also well the importance of revenue diversification and revenue growth, financial sustainability and strength. Philanthropy is an excellent way to look at that diversification and opportunity for growth, not only in terms of revenue, but in terms of visibility, of reputation, of network and influence in your local and global communities. So with that, I'll stop, and Devorah is going to help facilitate some questions.
Thank you, Richard. First of all, on your table should be, I left handouts on your tables. That's 1. 2, I have several copies left of the Phoenix Philanthropy Impact Report. And if you're interested afterwards, the impact report is, I'll save one for you. Your hand was up immediately. So the impact report from Phoenix Philanthropy is just all the, who they helped, funds raised, impact that they made. It's really worthwhile. So just come up to me afterwards, and the ones I still have left, I'm happy to not take them home in my suitcase. So please come and get those. So if you want to get a hold of Richard, you can see www.phoenixphilanthropy.com, and his email address is tollefson@phoenixphilanthropy.com, and you can just email him directly. So before I ask any questions, President Morales, you have a question. Okay, microphone is coming to you.
Hi, Richard. Thanks for being here. A client of yours, Phoenix, worked with Peter. So I was kind of surprised to hear your thoughts on the lack of tax incentives in countries outside of the United States, because I used to hear that all the time when I spoke to my partners, international partners. So I'm pleased. That's great bit of information that I can take back when I have those discussions. I was interested, we're talking about innovation. That's the theme, innovation and artificial intelligence, which is the overarching theme of this meeting. What are some of the best practices that you've seen advancement teams and development teams use in terms of AI?
Great question. Richard, are you good?
Yes, and I can't literally see you, but great to hear your voice and thank you for being a former client. I'll start and maybe Michael and Deborah will have things to add, but you know, as in any industry, AI is playing a critical role. And first, we're seeing it in terms of our ability to do research and data mining and find out useful information about our prospects and donors. Those are foundations, corporations, but particularly in individuals, and the ability to really do analysis and do various models to predict giving potential and new prospects critically important. Making stewardship and communications more efficient. So, you know, looking at ways to generate communications in a way that isn't as labor intensive and doesn't require so much time. You know, it's helping, as in many other industries, to take on certain services and certain functions by AI that no longer require a person to always be able to do that. Another that we're seeing, which I've experienced a bit, where we haven't seen a lot of it yet, but basically AI development officers. And particularly in terms of discovery. So two of our former clients are very active in this, University of Arizona and San Jose State, and there may be others in the room are as well. But they use AI generated images and influencers to have conversations with their prospects and particularly prospects, to be able to qualify them, to be able to talk about upcoming events, to talk about what's going on at their alma mater, but then ask qualifying questions. They certainly always identify that they're AI generated, but we're finding a lot more engagement than, frankly, I thought we would, you know, at this stage. So that's another area where discovery and qualification of prospects and donors tends to be an expensive process, and your ROI isn't until down the road. It's helping it make it less expensive. So those are three examples. Deborah or Michael, do you have any?
I have a quick one, Richard. Imagine you're the president, which you are, or a leader in your university, and you want to connect with alumni on a much deeper level so that you can connect, as Richard said, to their heart and things that they're interested in. So now, today, you send out sort of a form letter to all of your alumni saying, here are the great things that are happening at the university from which you graduated. Imagine AI in minutes being able to research 10,000 alumni from your institution, and let's say you are wanting to raise money, I'm making this up, for your debate society on your class, in your institution. This AI can do in minutes research of 10,000 alumni and see which of those alumni were engaged in debate or communication or I'll say debate because debate's big in the US. I don't know about in other countries. And if I were the president and I said, oh, here are 50 alumni who were deeply involved in debate from the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, and I can now have AI generate an email or a letter from me that goes to these targeted alumni, telling them specifically, we are focused on debate here at the university, just like you were involved in debate when you were at this university, and we're looking to build and grow our debate team. Would you like to hear more information about that? If you have a human who's looking through thousands of curricula from students when they went to the university, AI could do that in seconds, and you will then have a very personalized message to each of these alumni, and you could do it for any field. I was just pulling debate out of the air. That's an example of how AI can help you, benefit you and your alumni and your fundraising. That was my example, Richard. Michael, did you have an example from AI?
I do. We had a recent client, a higher education institution that's very prominent, that had 20 to 30 years of a database of development communications that went out to their alumni that were just sitting in files in their database. It wasn't connected to their CRM. The data and information wasn't playing a useful role in their development or engagement operations at all. And we took about a month and were able to use AI to comb through all of those, thousands and thousands of development communications and identify prospective donors based on the responses that they gave to particular emails or invitations to events, and develop a list of potential prospects for them to reach out to for specific fundraising initiatives. We didn't have the time in that specific engagement to really see it through all the way to the end, but we were able to give them the tools to be able to continue on with that process on their own. And I think that's really just the tip of the iceberg of some of the things that we can do, especially on the back end, to develop, especially in the individual donor initiatives, some really exciting things in terms of expanding our prospect pools.
Excellent. So the bottom line, Tomas, is AI can be a tool. You don't have to hire another person. AI will be the tool to help you use generative data to reach out to donors and alumni. And Michael and Richard, you've continued to, a couple times, use the phrase CRM. And I think there are some people in the audience that don't know what that resource management tool is. Can you just spend a minute talking about that for those who it will help them develop their own infrastructure?
Well, CRM, whether you call it a client relationship management or customer relationship management or constituent relationship management, the way we use it in advancement is to manage your contacts with various constituent groups. Let's just first talk about alumni. So you have all of their contact information, their history with the university, their giving history, their volunteer activity, what they did as a student, the degrees that they have, all of that information. And it helps you to systematize the relationship management process, the quote unquote sales process, as you might look in another industry. And there are a number of great providers of CRMs that we work with, and they are all very active with AI as well. So going to what Michael was talking about, to be able to qualify and find new prospects and donors within your database or outside your database is important. But when it also comes to international fundraising, the complexity of managing addresses around the world, something that if you really are looking at a global fundraising operation, you have to work with your data people to be able to build a system that can manage all of that. It's something that institutions don't necessarily think of up front. And if you don't, it creates much more of a burden at the back end when you're trying to manage a lot of contact information for your constituents.
Richard, if someone here in the audience wants to contact you and say, help educate me on different CRMs, client relationship management tools, are you available to people who have questions about that through email?
Yeah, yeah. And we have a number we work with, whether large and complex or small and simple. So we can help out with that.
Great. Another question. I can see a lot of inquisitive yes. Here it comes, Richard.
Thank you very much. I'm Maria-Liisa Tenunen from Finland, my nationality, but previous former president, 16 years in Finland. Now I'm present rector in Romania. I think that is some kind concerning also this topic, because I was invited to Romania to improve education and internationalization, business collaboration, but that is not what I'm saying. When the pandemic started, I was involved in research where we asked different universities in different continents, how are you doing online education? Some, of course, were very professional, but for example, it was very sad to hear that they even didn't have good computers, how to start online education, and how did they teach students. I was thinking today, when I listened to Fernando Leon's presentation about the San Francisco case, where 20 students were or are involved in one classroom to develop new businesses by the support of Google, big AI companies. So, because in Africa, we in Europe know very well the sad stories. African youngsters, people are coming as immigrants to Europe over the sea, to Italy, to Spain. They continue even to Nordic countries. So how to help these young people or people in Africa who I think probably want to stay home, but no tools. So if we could collect young people in Africa and help them by AI to create new businesses, startups, so that they could live there, they could learn, study, and create a welfare also for Africa, not only looking at different continents and move from home. That was the innovation I received in previous session. Thank you.
Thank you. So the question is, Richard, I'm trying to make it succinct. The question has to do with, for students who are migrating from one continent or country to another, but want to potentially move back to their home country, how can philanthropy help them with scholarships, starting new businesses, etc., through the universities maybe where they're studying? Am I close? Okay, Richard?
Well, one of the things, and excuse me if this is not an appropriate term, but the term brain drain, when people are moving from one country and they want they want them to come back to the country and help to build society and economy and political structure and all of that. There are individuals, corporations, and foundations who really, on a global scale, are very concerned about that, because they're seeing outward migration, and they want those people, when educated in different parts of the world and exposed to different systems and processes, cultures, to come back and recreate in their local environment. So there are some global foundations that are interested in doing that, but I would also look at local or regional economic development associations and other things to help with that. And Michael, Michael's done some work on youth migration and leadership development, not so much in Africa, but in the Middle East and in Europe. Michael, do you want to offer any insights about resources to help those young people, build their capability of starting business and going back and contributing to their local economy?
I have to be honest and say that it's so contextual that I would love, if there's an interest in this topic. I did my PhD on youth leadership and youth human rights, specifically in the Middle East and the EMEA region. And there's so much variation and context based on, the specific locality that we're talking about and whether or not there's humanitarian and refugee issues, whether there's war and peace considerations that are going on, the level of economic development and international engagement. I would encourage you to reach out and have a conversation with us. I'd be happy to talk to anyone who would like to dive into more depth about any specific context in which we'd like to go into depth on this. I can't offer a ton of generalities that would be useful, I think, to anyone in the audience, but it is a major issue that international institutions, regional economic drivers are focused on, and you have a number of philanthropists individually who are also focused within specific regions, especially India, Southeast Asia, different parts of specifically Western Africa, especially. I know a number of different areas and individuals who are focused on this, as well as Latin America. But I'd be happy to have a more in-depth conversation if anyone's actually interested. My email is tyra@phoenixphilanthropy.com. Feel free to reach out or through Richard, and we can set up a conversation.
And Richard, the opposite of brain drain, my term, is brain remain. So this would be funding for these individuals to start businesses, however, and then be part of the brain remain, where they come back to their countries and they help lift their own country. Great. Another question. Yes, Unju, the president of Seoul Cyber University.
I don't have a question, but I'd like to say thank you to Richard and Michael for your very informative information. The fundraising and alumni engagement is the most difficult thing for the university leaders, higher education leaders. We are always seeking fund and people. So your system is fantastic to connect people to people, and we can have some connection with our lost alumni. So thank you very much for your presentation, and also very thoughtful the answers, discussions, informations to Michael also. And I think that it's early in the morning. You look tired, so thank you very much for your the attention and your time. Also, I'd like to thank that you recognize Dr. Seung Lee. He's also very happy that you said that your relationship within Thunderbird. So I also convey his greetings to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Lee. I just want to add something, and it's on a personal note. When I think there's a perception that when a president or senior leaders at an institution are talking to donors about making a gift to the university, there's a perception that there's something what's the right word? Uncouth, slimy, like your car salespersons, and there's some. It's like faculty would say to me, that you're selling the universe. I don't know. There was a perception that fundraising was not an ethical thing to do, or it was just unclean, disrespectful. And I came to believe I was never asking for money for myself, and I had to have a paradigm shift in what that meant. I knew that any dollars that came in for scholarships, for buildings, for endowing professorships, those dollars were good for the university and good for the students. So I shifted my thinking that I was doing something that was sort of unclean and unethical to I was doing something that was really benefiting the university and the whole. So what I'm sharing with you is, as the president or the leader at your university, it is a good thing to bring in donor dollars because it's not about you, it's about the students and the institution. And people think, oh, I could never ask for money. You're not asking for money for you, you're asking for dollars or support or donations to help your institution and your students. And it's a wonderful thing to do for them. It's true philanthropy because you're giving of yourself so others can benefit. Oh,
I mean, I like to piggyback on Devorah. I mean, I also, when I came to Cal State San Bernardino in 2012, we had, I think, a $19 million endowment. We're close to about 75 million, still not a large endowment by any stretch, but as a young institution celebrating our 60th anniversary as well, Phoenix Philanthropy was critical for us, and you know they're certainly willing to talk to you. When I said to my board, my philanthropic board, that I wanted to raise 50 million to celebrate our 50th anniversary, they laughed at me. I mean, I know they were laughing under their breath. We raised 54 million. We worked closely with Phoenix Philanthropy. And then I'm just completing a $200 million campaign. It's a blended campaign, and Case experimented. We were one of the first campuses to approach the blended, which is sponsored research plus philanthropy. It engages the faculty and staff in fundraising, and it's transformational for the institution. So I also want to join Dr. Lee in thanking Richard for being here with us, because it's certainly it promises to transform your institution. No question about it.
great. And the one last thing is when you think about fundraising, and I know we're a little bit over time, when I started as president, I was like, well, don't I just go out and do the fundraising? I brought in Richard and said, what infrastructure do we need at this university so that we can have a university that does fundraising? And it was way out of my depth. He said, well, you've got to have a planned giving officer. You've got to have a researcher. You've got to have, and there were all these things I didn't even, it wasn't part of my knowledge base, what I needed in the infrastructure. So I'm sharing with you, there's a whole process. Before you go out and start asking for dollars, I was like chomping at the bit. Okay, put me in, coach. I'm going to go out there and start asking for dollars. And they said, wait, you have to have these few positions in place that will support you to do what you need to do. So I'm sharing with you, as a president, there's a whole process, and it's not hard, but there's a process in place so that you will be successful. So Richard, I know that it's way past your bedtime. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you all. It's been great. We've enjoyed it, and we appreciate this opportunity.
And I hope you hear the applause and the appreciation, because now we stand between you and your bedtime, and you stand between us and the drinks that are going to be coming and served to us in a few minutes. So thank you very much, Richard. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending today's session. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were waiting on me. So today's session is Transformative Female Leadership. And I would like to welcome, and if you could please help me, welcome Chair Sabur Khan, Chairman of Daffodil International University in Bangladesh, to the stage.
First of all, thank you very much and very good afternoon, everyone. I know that it's almost the end of the day and everyone is tired. So anyway, I'd like to invite to all of our panelists to the dais. I invite Deborah Lieberman, President Emeritus, University of La Verne, USA. And you know that she is one of the great leader of the IAUP, and I'm sure that a lot of the leader, gents and women, both we are following her. So now I just also love to invite our another panel speaker, Marja Lisa, Christiana Hunen. She's a rector of the Dimitri Cantemir Christian University of Romania. Thank you. Another panel speaker, Professor Yun Kiam Chung. She is also the President Emeritus, Sukmyong Women's University of Korea. So I like to invite our another panel speaker, Dona Padilla Taguiba, I think President of Pan Pacific University, Philippines. Another panel speaker, Karin Kyo. I don't know if she's here. So Director for International and Local Affairs, Mountain Province State University, Philippines. So thank you very much, all of the panelists, and thank you for your joining at the right time. We know that's due to cause of Kazakhstan Education Minister. I think you already enjoy his speech. He is really one of the great, I just share with Fernando that he is really one of the great marketing people also, because the way he already delivered his speech, I think he really presented professionally and properly to the Kazakhstan education to everyone. I really love to see his presentation. So anyway, thank you very much. So now I know that our today's topics is transformative female leadership. And you know that the whole world is now seeing how the woman leader is moving forward. They are slowly, they are controlling the technological backbone, leadership backbone, and at the same time, they always patient and put their strength to develop the educational backbone to the whole world. So we love to hear from all of you. I hope that one of the, I think from Romania, she has the one presentation. Rest of them, I think this we can discuss based on your best practices. I know that a lot of challenges you are facing. I can ask you a lot of questions which already I put it down, but I think that's for interactive session, it will be better. If you think that you have something in your mind which can be benefited for all of us to know about your challenges, practices, obstacle, and of course the best practices. So first of all, of course, I love to start from Deborah, because as I already mentioned that she is the most experienced, and you know that she is now working as a advisor of our president of AUAP, and at the same, IUAP, as I was the former president of AUAP, sometimes it came to my mind AUAP. So I hope that Deborah, if you just starting with the leadership transformation, how do women leaders redefine transformation in higher education, and not only in policies, and you know the structure, mindset, institution, culture. It depends on your experiences, as you already did your best contribution to the various university in your life, in your educational or academic life. So if you start with your experiences, I'm sure that the audience will get your idea.
Well, President Khan, thank you very much for chairing, for being the minority person on this panel. That's very brave and courageous of you. I think this is a very, and because we have 5 of us, and we only have a certain amount of time, I don't want to take too much of the time. But I will say that I do, okay, let me start by telling a little story. I was the president of the University of Laverne in Southern California for over 12 years. When I first became the president, the university is 135 years old. There had been 17 male presidents before me, and I never really, to tell you the truth, I didn't think about male, female. I just looked at this university and said, wow, I'm really interested in the founding values of the university, the students it serves, the mission of the university. And I said, well, it's 135 years old. They had 17 presidents prior to me. I didn't think male, female, but then I saw that they were all male, and I really didn't expect to be offered the position. And when they offered me the position, I accepted the position, but it hit me. There's many layers to this story, but the first time I was introduced to the faculty at the institution, he was the president of the faculty senate, and he said to the faculty, I'd like to introduce you to our new president, the first president who has her nails done and has long hair. Dr. Devorah Lieberman. That was my introduction. And I tell you that story because I was kind of surprised that the faculty senate president was only focusing on my physical attributes and not on what I was bringing to the university. And it hit me, and I was like, wow. So I stood up, I gave my speech, but afterwards I pulled him aside and I said, I don't want to say his name, I want it to remain anonymous, but I said to him, can we have a little talk? And he said, of course. And I said, you know, when you introduced me, you introduced me by my nails and my hair, which, I mean, we don't want to start talking about my hair. And Unju, are you in here? The humidity in Korea, you need to do something about the humidity, Nikki, because it's getting frizzier by the minute. It's not important. But I pulled this man aside and I said, I've spent my entire professional career trying to establish myself as a credible leader, a scholar, a researcher, and you only pointed out my physical attributes, and that's all the faculty focused on was my nails and my hair, and not what I was bringing to the institution. I tell you this story because he was so shocked. He was like, oh my gosh, I never even thought about that. So that was my moment, my aha moment about sort of benign, sort of unconscious bias and conscious bias. And it transformed my thinking about leadership, because I do believe there are people who are sexist and who are anti whatever, a religion, a culture, an ethnicity, and there's conscious bias and unconscious bias. This man was shaping how the whole faculty were looking at me, but it was an unconscious bias. And at that moment, I said, as I reflected on it, I need to, part of my job as the leader is to educate him and others on conscious bias and unconscious bias. Because if I'm going to be an effective transformational leader of the university, my job is not to hit people over the head that was sexist or whatever, but to really educate everybody around me. The second story I'm going to tell, and then I'll pass it on, is just in the last month, I am working with a company, and I'm a consultant, this other man's a consultant, and we're both former presidents. Every single time he would address something to me, he would say, Devora, etc. Every time he addressed the other person, man, he would say, Dr. So-and-so or President so-and-so. He never said president or doctor to me, and he only said president to the other person. He knows both of us very, very well. And we were on Zoom, and I said to the man, I just want to, can we stop a second? I said, we're all friends, but I want to point something out. You address me by my first name, which I'm great with, but you always address the other person by president. And I said, do you think that's a gendered thing? And he said, he got upset with me. And he said, oh, no, it's not gendered. The thing I learned was it's how you educate the other. And because if I had said it to him privately, I think I would have had a greater impact, but he got defensive, I think because the other person was sitting there. So what I'm talking about with transformational leadership is how can we be transformational leaders? And when we experience unconscious bias, and there's a lot of it, not listening, interrupting, mansplaining, as they say, where they're talking over you, not to, how I handle it, is not to get angry, but to truly say, how can I educate the other so that we can all move forward together? And I think we all do it. There's age bias, there's gender bias, there's religion bias, there's cultural bias. And some of it's conscious, some of it's unconscious. But if we're going to get angry, it doesn't help educate the other. It's how do we educate and move forward together as transformational leaders.
No, thank you, Deborah. I think Deborah is rightly briefed her leadership role, and it is proof that women leadership is always, or female leadership always need to prove with their contribution, and the reflection of their perfect leadership is always get the recognition. Otherwise, a lot of challenge they need to face it. So now I like to come to the Professor Yan Kun Cheng. I think that equity, resilience, and also the challenges in your leadership journey. Have you found that female leaders face challenges distinct from their male counterparts? How have you navigated these barriers?
Okay. First, I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Yoon-Gum Chang. I'm the former president of Seungmyeong Women's University, and I served as the president of the Korea Private University President Association. And Seungmyeong Women's University, I talked to the one of the person down there, and she asked me that is Seungmyeong Women's University, is there all the faculty, students are women, and just students are women. And our university history has some kind of the very strong kind of the education belief that empowering women through education is the starting point of the university establishment. In 1906, the King Gojong and Queen Sunhan in Korea started our university. We started with 5 girls. And the history was like that. Before that, girls are educated by their parents. And the queen thought that half of the nation is girls, and it's not fair. We have to educate them. So we started with the noble family. From the noble family, just 5 girls. And now we have 10,000 undergraduate and 2,000 graduate students. And as a present journey for myself, I started my presidency in 2020 in the midst of pandemic, and became the president without students and without faculty it was kind of the challenging situation. And I remember the first day of the presidency that without any kind of the presidency ceremony, I just opened the office. And at the 6th floor of my office, I look at the campus and there was no one. And how can I run the university? And on that time, before pandemic, 10% of the Korea universities, the education was remote, not like Seoul Cyber University. And it should be changed as the 100% suddenly, just by the next day. And it was a challenging job, and I started that thinking about this situation, and I started contacting the presidents of other institutions with a kind of the video conference starting. And sometimes there was a social distance with 2 person can meet, 3 person can meet, 4 person can meet. So I meet with the 1 president, and the next time 3 presidents together and 5 presidents together. We started to talk about how can you solve this problem. And with those kind of conversation, it was like a leadership kind of the classroom for me. And also it was a very good kind of the challenging classroom for me to be partner with the other institutions. And Deborah, I believe that there is a strength of numbers. And there was always myself, as a female, the president. And I'm so glad that, Deborah, you've been moderator for 3 sessions, right? And when I see this program, you are probably the only one. And the session that I was in, there was many panelists and moderators, all the female, not female, the male, the presenters. So I thought that when I see the Deborah's, your name, I was so glad that. And we need those kind of we are always in the numbers, we are not enough. We are very limited. And we are representing properly in any kind of situation. So I think that after those kind of the experience with the many presidents, it gave me some kind of motivation that later I became the president of the Seoul University President Association. We have 42 institutions, the higher education in Seoul. And later, the president of the Korea Private University Presidents, we have 154 institutions. So it was kind of the starting point, connecting together and communicating together and solving the problem together. So it was the experience.
No, thank you, Professor Hyun Kyun Cheng. I think this is true that challenging time to prove your leadership is one of the mental satisfaction, and also I'm sure that you will also feel proud that you overcome the whole situation and you prove your leadership. That's why you are here. I think after your tenure, usually the female leader, if they did not become successful, people don't like to call them. So that is an indication that how the Korean people or the academician really love you, and that is why you are among us. And thank you very much. So now I just like to go to the Donna Padilla from the Pan Pacific University. I hope that it's very close to the same question, in the resilience and leadership trait. Can you share a moment where resilience or empathy become your greatest strength as a woman leader?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I am Donna Padilla Tagiba, the president of Pan Pacific University. It's a very small university located at the northern part of the Philippines. And yes, it's a private university as well. So it's an honor and privilege to be here with you this afternoon, especially to my fellow female leaders. Okay, so yes, for the question of resiliency, yes. In my case, transformation required resilience because it meant making hard choices, rethinking traditions, and leading through uncertainty. I assumed the position in January 2024, so I'm barely 2 years old as president of both campuses. But resilience is not about merely enduring. It is about evolving with grace and conviction. It is about turning limitations into opportunities and challenges into moments of growth.
Thank you, Donna. I think as you already mentioned that you are now responsible of the 2 campuses and you already take over charge in 2024. So as a female leader, I hope that there is one indication that how much the growth ratio is going up. That is also one of the indication that how much you are proving your leadership, if I'm not wrong, Deborah, because you also know the return of investment or also the, that you already have a very good background about the financial strength and challenges also. So now I think I'm coming to the another Philippine university. So Karen Q, Director for International. I hope that you will also let's inform, because I know the Philippines is one of the country that where this mentorship and networking is focusing one of the key factors. So based on this mentorship area, research shows that mentorship and peer networks significantly accelerated women advancement. What models or mentoring approaches have proven most effective in your institution? Because again, I love to say that Philippines is one of the country that in hospitality, tourism, service area, you are pioneer and you are getting the salute to every corner of the people in the whole world. So I hope that your experience will enlighten us.
Thank you so much for that question. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Karen Kwe, and I am the Director for Local International Director and Local for Internationalization in MPSU, also the Dean of the College of International Hospitality and Tourism Management. Actually, the question that was relayed to me is something that I could resonate upon. Although despite that I have to quote first, that leadership is genderless. I should have to agree. Because in the university that I belong, it's actually there are only one president who stood up to be the female one, and the rest are all males. And then when you are given a certain designation or you given a position is not supposed to lead in power. It's supposed to be lead in passion. And that's the female has. Well, not to mention about males. Though despite that, when we tend to combine IQ and EQ, we lead more of compassionate leadership. You have the intelligent quotients and then you have the emotional quotients. So that's actually the difference between these two. So and when we try to lead in terms of coaching and mentoring, yes, it's true that when we wanted to lead, we also have to train and delegate. And then we have to also to make sure that when we try to lead, we act and be as a model. So mentoring is one among of our strengths that we try to bring. In the institution that I came from, we always make sure that we have someone that will be working with us, that will be doing the same thing as I am, because we don't lead hierarchically. Okay, we basically do leadership in collaborative way. So we work with a lot of people, so that when we try to lead in a good way in our university or even in our organization, we listen. When we listen, we'll be able to solve issues and problems. We tend females for us to prove ourselves that we are as good as men. But remember, we are not competing in terms of leadership because we are not even managers at all. Leadership and management is very much different. When we lead basically with people, with compassion, we collaborate. We don't do hierarchical leadership because we have powers to do so. And then usually that's what we are actually in this era. And it's so nice to be with the female leaders that are actually in sitting with me. And it's actually a privilege because I believe I'm the youngest one. And thank you so much.
And I believe I'm the oldest one. So there you go, bookends.
Okay.
Experienced one.
No, okay.
Don't say oldest one. Most
The
experienced
most experienced one, which we will be learning from you. So when I was actually listening
to your moments a while ago, for your aha moments a while ago, I think it's a little bit similar. Because when I took the position, OMG, she's a woman. Can she lead internationalization in the university? Then I have to prove myself. I only sat for like 2 years. But when I started with zero. So I have to work hard, learn from the people, mentored, of course, by my leaders. And then I have to also to do mentorship to the next one, because this position that I am in now is not forever. After 2 years from now, I'll be stepping down. So who will take my position? I should ready those people who are actually below me, or those who are actually working with me. So it really has to be working in collaboration. We don't work in hierarchical position. Thank you.
So thank you very much. So if I am not wrong, I hope that you will help me out. The Philippines is the another country, or one of the country, where I found that maximum university leader is run by the female, if I'm not wrong. And that is the one of the reason why their service, their politeness, their acceptance, and their patience is considered as one of the best in the whole world. So it's an indication that transforming female leadership is a great example of Philippines. I don't know about the Korea, but as I know that, because I have the experience to work with more than 50 universities in Philippines. So I found, say, suppose Donna Padilla, I think before her tenure, another woman was the president. So these sorts of continuity I am seeing that in Philippines especially. And even the dean, academic head, if I'm not wrong, I think 70% dominated by the female, which is a uniqueness, I should say, that we should market through the IUAP. And of course, the Deborah can play a very good role, as you can make it as a case study also. So now I like to come to our Marja Lisa, I think from the rector as the Dimitri Christian University, Romania. She has one presentation. I hope that our control unit, please start her PowerPoint presentation.
Dear Chairman, dear ladies, dear sisters, dear gentlemen, is that okay? Yeah. Thank you very much for this possibility to speak in this panel. So may I get the slides? So my nationality is Finland, and that is opposite to Philippines, because that is technology oriented country. And although I'm speaking now as a rector of Dimitri Cantemir Christian University, so I want to tell about my background, because without background, no this present job. So please show.
Control unit, you have the presentation, please. The PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
No.
So speaking about Finland, so that made for me this job a little bit easier, because already in 1906 Finland becomes the first country in Europe to grant women for political full rights. And after that, many things became open for women. 2000, we received the first female president for Republic, same prime ministers. So in Finland, we have a dual system. It means that we have universities, and we have universities of applied sciences. And I was elected 1995, the first female university president for universities of applied sciences. And interesting might be that the universities of applied sciences were nearby all technology oriented, same in my case. So what was the background? Next, please, a little bit. So, okay, yeah, sorry. So that our country was also gender-oriented, so both male and female. After Second World War, our government decided that women should work. We needed to grow up. And secondly, government put a lot of money in education. That was the background. How do it is?
It's okay, you can go to the next slide. Yeah.
Okay, so why women are important as leaders in higher education? They are driving institutional culture shifts. They are doing equity and access, fostering student and staff well-being. That is what I feel. Then next one, I would like to speak about motivation and collaboration. This is not working. Okay, what was challenging for me or motivating? First of all, when I was first female university president, I wanted to be very professional. I prepared everything. I was ready to answer to every single question in a rector's conference. I created, as far I was able, fairness, empathy, and clarity at my university. Already from the beginning, I would like to say thank you to one very high-level person. He is President Fernando Leon Garcia, who came to Finland and started collaboration. So Fernando, thank you for that starting point. And as you have heard, he is speaking all the time about female presidents. I remember every single meeting when we are speaking, he is saying women are needed. And secondly, he has motivated me personally and even made phone calls if I have needed support. So that is wonderful. Everybody should have a person like him to support. So what was easy for me, my background is economy. I'm micro and macroeconomist, and when I was in a board meeting and the president is responsible for budget, investments and balance sheets, everything economy, it was very easy for me to explain what is the reason we need investments, because that was my knowledge. So I didn't take any risk that I didn't know some details. That was my policy from beginning. Also, I continued to write books, although I have a husband that time, small two daughters. I used sometimes night times to write books, to be very professional, to show that this is university, everybody has knowledge here, including president. So something about, I don't continue very long, but I'm telling about some organizations. From beginning, I was invited to Female University President's Forum that is established in China at Communication University 30 years ago. And I have been member in that organization 30 years. So that is global organization and we are speaking similar things. And that has been very supporting. Second thing is this organization. And the third one I would like to mention which has supported me is Zonta organization. There are different kind of female leaders, managers, and they are speaking about different fields, not only education, and I could see that challenges and problems are sometimes very similar. Also, I attended and still is attended Chamber of Commerce meetings to see, to introduce me and education. So I'm encouraging all the time networking, internationalization, and many kinds of conversations, not only about education, but many private things. So after this experience, now I'm in Romania, 5 years job there, and now that is not that policy. My job is more introduce innovations, what is also the topic of this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I hope that today's this transformative female leadership or is another indication we should give a big claps to the President Lee. I think she also proven a proven leadership. I think she proved herself the how professionally. So far, we are not finding any problem. Food, coffee, snacks, and everything. So that's an indication that how the woman leadership is really very much passionate and very careful and checklist. Everything is professionally handled. So thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, President. But you know that morning shows the day. So again, thank you, Lieberman. Deborah, I am coming to you again as building the next generation because you are already experienced and you know how can you create a stronger integrational or intergenerational mentorship connecting senior women leaders with aspiring young women, especially in academia?
I think that's a great question, President Khan. A couple quick things. It's 3 points I'm going to make. One is, as you pointed out, the importance of recognizing in others their skills, their talents, their abilities, how important that is. So a similar short story, when you are going to retire from your institution, you announce a year prior so they could search for the new president. And I was at an ACE conference. I had announced that I was stepping away in June or July, and I was sitting with Fernando Leon Garcia at ACE. And I said to him, you know, I'm going to be like a free agent in July. I think the special word there was free. I should have just said an agent and not a free agent. But, and I said, I love IAUP. Do you think there's a role I could play with IAUP? And Fernando, recognizing in me what I wasn't even recognizing in myself, he said, you know, I think you could help to lead under his leadership an initiative about women. And he saw something in me that I didn't necessarily see in myself. And I took that and I ran with it. But my point is, as you said, mentorship, recognizing whether you're male or female, recognizing in women talents that they may have and encouraging it, supporting it, and like helping it flourish. So our two stories are very similar, and I'm sure Fernando has done that for many, many, many others, including women, besides the two of us. And it's people like Fernando that recognize in others how to help them succeed. I think, and I thank you, Fernando, I thank you forever. But now it's our obligation to carry that mantle and do the exact same thing for others. That's the first thing. So, Fernando, we thank you. The second thing is how important it is as women to be a role model for other women. Not to say women are better than men or anything like that, but for those of us who have daughters, I have 2 adult daughters, and I feel very strongly that they're looking at my husband and myself as role models. And for us, I use my 2 daughters as examples, but for the rest of us in the room, how to model for others what it means to be ethical, to be compassionate, to be empathic, to be resilient, and when you get knocked down, stand up and brush yourself off. To be a mentor is not to be a therapist, but even though sometimes we all need therapists, but to be a good mentor and a role model and a coach is not to be, truly not to be a therapist. You're not there to solve others' emotional issues, but to help them to succeed and be there as a sounding board and someone to help them through some of the toughest times. The last thing I'm going to say is in your bag that we were given, there were 2 handouts or 2 flyers. Each of the flyers represent a book one that was published last year by IAUP about female leadership, spotlighting female leadership. There's a QR code on there. You can download it. It's free. And the one that's coming out this year, all IAUP presidents, many in this room, the one that's coming out this year is being published, and it's on male leadership. Well, it's on leadership. It's all men in the book. They wrote chapters, all from IAUP, and it's coming out by Bloomsbury Press. It'll be coming out this year. It's published by Bloomsbury Press, and it's part of ACE's annual series. So it's going to get a lot of visibility. I'm really happy with that. But why I brought that up with mentorship is the book last year on female leadership. I spent a lot of time with each of the chapters and looking at what were the common trends that all the women talked about. And then this year, last year was 10 female presidents. This year, a chapter each of 13 male presidents. What were the common themes of all the male presidents? And then comparing the female themes to the male themes, and where was there a difference? So one of the things, the men and the women talked about mentorship, how important it is to be a mentor to others. But the thing I wanted to bring up is what were the big differences? The big difference is the women, none of the men talked about was I the first male president. The women all said they were the first female president. Most of the women, if not all, said, I feel like I'm always having to prove myself. The men didn't say that. The women talked about conscious and unconscious bias. The men didn't talk about that. The women, most of the women said, I feel like I have the imposter syndrome. None of the male. They may feel like they have the imposter syndrome, but none of them admitted that they have the imposter syndrome. They all talked about mentoring. The women talked about the importance of having empathy and humility as leaders. The men didn't necessarily talk about that, but both the men and the women did talk about the importance of being a good mentor to others.
Thank you, Deborah, to mention the Fernando Leon Garcia, because you already indicated how men is also identified the right leader from the woman. That's, I'm sure, the credit goes to Fernando. So thank you very much. So now I think I like to come to the Yan Kian Cheng, institutional change agents. I hope that you know that a lot of practices and initiative you have done, especially for effectively improve the gender equity and inclusivity. You already mentioned in your speech that how you already fought in your university at the COVID time. So what made you successful for taking this initiative?
One thing is the courage, I think. Women, we are not equal represented. We do not have equal opportunity. And but another problem is that when someone asks some position or some kind of leadership, can you do that? And there is a tendency, the woman, that I'm not ready. I should be on the top. I'm going to wait a little bit. But you have to work in progress, not at the top. Whenever there is a position or there is opportunity, I think we have to mentor the female leaders that this is a time for you. Start it. You're work in progress, but you are good enough. I think it's very important. And I had a mentor, very good coach in my life, who was the president at Sungmyeong for 14 years as a president. And she gave me, as soon as I became the president, the professor at the Sungmyeong, she gave me some position. And she said, you can do that. And you have experience in US, and I want you to do that. And at the first time I said that it's been just a year in Sukmyeong. I want to wait 2 or 3 more years. And she said, no, you have to start now. And I accepted that. And that was the one step ahead I could start. I think it was the courage and belief.
No, thank you. Thank you for the recognition of your mentors. So now I'm come to Donna Padilla again. I know that you are participating in Seoul, the 16th anniversary of this semi-annual conference. So one of the reasons is collaboration, right? Collaboration across borders. So that's why I should ask you, how can international collaboration among female leaders, such as those fostered by IAUP and of course the Asian networks, help accelerated gender parity and leadership opportunities? Because if I'm not wrong, you already joined a lot of international events and you are trying to explore and expand your networking, international networking through your university.
Yeah, that's a very tough question. Why did it end to me?
You can make it easy. If you make it easy, then it is easy.
Yes, it's my first time joining the IAUP actually. So I'm very thankful that there's the segment that is about the female leadership and how do we collaborate with each other. So as women leader, you know, being a female leader is not a call. It's not a destination, but it is a calling. Yes, it demands, like former president said, that it demands courage, grace, and faith in others. Okay, so what else?
It's good. I think that you are already maintaining the
Yeah, okay. So as we continue to lead as female leaders, we will remember always our great success. It's not measured with our titles or our ranks. It's how we deal with people. So collaboration is the key, and proper communication as well.
Thank you. So thank you, Donna. Now I come again to the current queue. So I just ask you as a young woman leader, so what advices would you offer to aspiring to senior leadership role so that the young woman or young leader should go up? Yeah, because you already experiences, you know that when you took over the charge, a lot of people are curious that you may not able to handle it, but luckily you are doing well. So that's why especially those balancing personal, cultural, and professional expectation.
Thank you. Okay, as a young leader as I am, my takeaways for those who are aspiring to become a senior leader in the future. Actually, there are a lot, but since that I cannot memorize them all, I'll just tell you what is actually on my experience. So the very first one is you have to be unapologetically ambitious. You have to spell out what you want because leadership is not, well, if you wanted to lead something and you wanted to have a good result, especially if it is for your university, you have to make sure that you have to spell it out because there's no such thing as recognizing things in an invisible manner. They will never recognize you once you're just going to keep quiet. So what are you going to do? Spell it out and tell them what you wanted to do so that they will see what basically you can do. The second one is make sure that you have to build your credibility and then your skill sets indispensable. So that whenever that this basically skill sets that you have, they can never look at it for the other people. You have it, so you're indispensable in that position. You have the right to be there. So on my part, I have to learn because leading is basically learning from those experts or those that are already in that position where you can see that they have success. So Madam here mentioned that you have to be very courageous. Okay, you have to be very courageous to see things not as a challenge, not as a problem, but see it as basically your platform as part of your challenges, that these things can be done even if you're a female. So there is no things that we can say that it's not movable. I may be young and I'm still probably moving a hill. So I'm still slowly moving a hill, but sooner or later, probably when I reach an age of where I have learned a lot, maybe I had already moved a mountain. So at this point, at the young age as I am, I encourage actually the leaders, the young leaders that are actually right here, right now, that there is no impossibility that a female leader could not achieve even as young as us. Well, to cut short of a story, well, I love a lot of stories. Well, just like what I've mentioned a while ago, it's just actually my third year in the internationalization office. Our university is located in a rural area. Our humble university just transitioned to become a university from a college just last year, and that was August 1 in 2024. When I sat as the director for internationalization for local and international affairs, it's hard for our university to be well known in the platform of the global visibility. So our school is not actually that known. If you go to the urban city, they will ask, where are you from? I'm from the Mountain Province State University. And where is that? It's located in the Cordillera Administrative Region. And where is CAR? It's actually located in Luzon. Then they will say, okay, so you're part of the map. However, my university is still unknown. So the challenge there, at my young age, I have to make sure that I have to reframe. I have to reframe our internationalization goals and vision. That I will not and never compare or never imitate urbanized university to become just like them, but instead benchmark of the strength that we have. Our culture, we're very good in our indigenous pedagogical teaching, our indigenous knowledge, our mountainous tourism programs and activities. So why will I not reframe MPSU there? So that at least I will be able to elevate and let our university get known in the global visibility. So we tried to push hearts and lucks of our university. And luckily, for 2 years, we were able to put MPSU in the Times Higher Education as ranking of one of the universities all over the globe. And then we joined WORI and at least ranked #1 in the funding. So that's one of our skill set, and that actually came from the internationalization unit. For that past 2 years and 3 years now, as October, we reached that goal. So now my question is, where are we going now next? It doesn't end because being a part of the IAUAP, it's actually advantageous for us, for me to represent MPSU. Now you know us. So we're actually located in the north of Luzon, part of the Cordillera Administrative Region, and I'm actually inviting each and every one of you to come and visit our university, even if it is not quite small, but I will guarantee you our culture is very rich. Our culture is actually can be shared for an international platform. We can be a part of those big universities, though despite that we are not really quite small, but our humble university can be hospitable as one. We can balance and we can match our programs to yours. So that is actually my role. So even though as young as I am, I have to build those skill sets because that will make me indispensable. And that's actually my takeaway for those young ones that are actually in this room. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Karen. You already mentioned that through the internationalization, you can prove your position in the global map. So people will searching, where is this university? We do not know. But anyway, thank you, Karen. Now I'm coming to the merger, Lisha. I hope that you are already proving your leadership legacy. So that is why I ask you, when future generations look back at this era, what do you hope will be your legacy and the legacy of women leaders in transforming higher education?
Thank you very much. First of all, some words about my present job. So after 16 years to be president, managing director in Finland, now I was elected to Romania. And I'm a rector there, that is private university, and my superior is female lady, owner of the university. So my responsibility is different, but I have also big responsibility on my shoulder. And that is how to introduce everything I have learned in my previous life in Romania, including innovations, internationalization, new technology, and the Kirchberry on the cake is now AI. So how to create that Dimitri Cantemir Christian University with the staff members, with our president, Smart AI University. So that is different responsibility. My role model, one of them, is Madame Liu Qinan, Communication University president. I follow her. And I'm telling one story how she supported students, female girls. We all members from around the world needed to write our life story, focusing our leadership and all these positive things, but also the challenges and how we won them. And we wrote articles, and she collected books and published in China, and now female students are learning from this. So only encouraging to be role model, and also tell very openly that that is not dance on the roses, not at all, every day, but there are super good moments, but also moments we must go over. So to be role model in your family, everywhere at university, in all meetings, and with you we discussed that we are women. We don't want to be men. We have a different hair, we have a different clothes, and we don't want to change our style to be men. So I encourage all younger girls, youngsters to take the responsibility. Don't say, like very often they say me, if I'm not ready, not ready, be ready, take the chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So now I think we are coming to the concluding remarks. I'm just passing from the Deborah Lieberman again for the concluding remarks, where you should focus. If you could define transformative female leadership in one sentence or in your expression, what would it be?
Well, I would say always when you take a position, whether it's president, whatever the position, I'll use president since we're in this venue, always know that it's not about you, It's about something much bigger than you. Don't be driven by the title. Be driven by the impact and leave your university better than you found it.
Thank you. So now the Yun Kyun Cheng.
Okay, higher education these days is not is at a mission critical point, I think. From this morning, we are talking about AI revolution and everything, and we don't need a leader who are like yesterday's leader. We have to think differently, and the knowledge alone is not working these days. And we don't need a leader in the same way as the thinking the leader as I think. We need to kind of the various kind of leaders and with the different regions, we have to connect and working together. That's one of the reasons why I'm here, because in Korea, among the 190 four-year college, 6.6% of we have 6.6% female leaders, and I think we have very similar background. So with this kind of the connection from the different region and various kind of the thinking and communicate, networking, working together, and not from tomorrow, just from today at this point.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So now the Donna Padilla, please.
Yeah. Transformational leadership is often associated with female leaders. That is according to a study in 2023 by Serene Nerso, because research has shown that female leaders tend to adopt transformational leadership over a mere transactional style. So, again, as I have said earlier, transformational leadership requires resilience. And it is about making hard choices and rethinking traditions. So as female leaders, we should lead with authenticity and let us not mirror anybody else's. Let's be unique. So let us all be courageous enough to innovate, compassionate enough to listen, and wise enough to know that strength and kindness still coexist. For us female leaders, let us not stop learning. Let us learn when we can. Let us learn while we can to be a transformational leader.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you. So Karen Ko, please.
Well, just one sentence probably to all the female leaders that are present in this room. Lead boldly. Lead with authenticity. Lead with vision. Leaders, females, are the future. So it is now for us to create. Thank you.
Thank you. So Professor Marjalisa, I hope that you can conclude with your sentence.
Oh my gosh, too difficult. But anyway, thank you very much. I trust always education. That is solution for everything. And today, lifelong learning. We must learn. That is a solution for everything. One thing I encourage us all to speak with. They are the highest policymakers, because in Nordic countries, when it didn't go forward in some cases, for example, how to get female members in listed companies' boards, there are legislation, and to discuss also with the high-level policymakers to present ladies' role and importance. That is my advice. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of the panelists for this transformative female leadership. I think everyone share your personal leadership journey, which is really a great example. And I'm sure that all of the point will be taken by the audience. And at the same time, I'm sure that you will follow it and you try to follow them, because the way they already proved their track record and the leadership, it is really inspiration for all of us. Thank you very much. Wish all of you good luck.